Hello and welcome to this new video. In this video, we're going to cover some important real exam question answers for PL-400 Microsoft Power Platform Developer Associate Certification exam. So before going to the question answers, we request you to kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're not already a subscriber. And these question answers PDF is also available to download from shavingpixel.com website. The full link will be in the description. So let's jump on to the questions. A company manages capital equipment for an electric utility company. The company has a SQL Server database that contains maintenance records for the equipment. Technicians who service the equipment use the Dynamic 365 Field Service mobile app on tablet device to view scheduled assignments. Technicians use the Canvas app to display the maintenance history for each piece of equipment and update the history. Managers use a Power BI dashboard that displays dynamic 365 field service and real-time maintenance data. Due to increasing demand, managers must be able to work in the field as technicians. You need to design a solution that allows the managers to work from one single screen. What should you do? And you have four options. Option A, add the maintenance history app to the field service mobile app. Option B, add the manager Power BI dashboard to the field service mobile app. And option C, create a new maintenance canvas app from within the Power BI management dashboard. And option D, add the maintenance history app to the Power BI dashboard. So the right answer is option D, add the maintenance history app to the Power BI dashboard. So Power BI enables data insights and better decision making, while Power Apps enables everyone to build and use apps that connect to business data. Using the Power Apps visuals, you can pass context-aware data to a Canvas app, which updates in real time as you make changes to your report. Now your app users can derive business insights and take actions from right within their Power BI reports and dashboards. Question number 2. A company has an application that provides API access. You plan to connect to the API from a Canvas app by using a custom connector. You need to request information from the API developers so that you can create the custom connector. Which two types of files you can use? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And the options are YAML, WSDL, Open API definition, and Postman collection. So the right answer is option C and option D. So Open API definitions or Postman collections can be used to describe a custom connector. Question number 3. You plan to create a Canvas app to manage large sets of records. Users will filter and sort the data. You must implement delegation in the Canvas app to mitigate potential performance issues. You need to recommend data sources for the app. Which two data sources should you recommend? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have four options. Option A, SQL Server. Option B, Common Data Service. Option C, Azure Data Factory. And option D, Azure Table Storage. And the right option is option A, SQL Server, and option B, Common Data Service. So when you are creating reports from large data sources, perhaps millions of records, you want to minimize network traffic. Working with large data sets requires using data sources and formulas that can be delegated. It's the only way to keep your app performing well and ensure users can access all the information they need. Delegation is supported for certain tabular data sources only. These tabular data sources are the most popular and they support delegation. Common Data Service, SharePoint, and SQL Server. Question number 4. So you create a suite of Power Platform based order management Canvas app for a bakery that has 5 retail stores. Each store uses a table device to manage inventory and process orders. You need to make the following changes to the original order tracking app. When an online order for delivery is received, send the order to the bakery that is located closest to the order destination. When an online order for pickup is received, require store staff to enter an estimated time in an app. Staff must prepare the order and then use the app to notify the customers when the order is ready. All the store manager to personalize the company's corporate weekly newsletter and add store specific specials. You must minimize the amount of custom code and configuration required to implement the solution. What should you use? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So the requirements are: determine which store is closer to the order destination, and you have three options. And estimate the time required to prepare an order and notify the customer. You have three options. Send the newsletters by email to customers. So the right implementation options are Power Automate Flow, new screen in existing order canvas app, and Power Automate Flow triggered from an email button. Question number 5. A client is deploying Dynamics 365 Finance without any third-party add-ons. You need to select the appropriate solutions for the client. What should you select? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the scenarios are: warehouse employees can use mobile devices to scan barcodes by using Dynamics 365 Finance. And you have four options. The location of field technicians can be communicated when, with a text message from Dynamics 365 Field Service, and you have three options. So the right answers are: for the first scenario, we have out of the box, and for the second scenario, we have Power Automate. So technicians can use the field service mobile apps to scan barcodes. An administrator can replace Dynamic 365 workflows with Power Automate flows for field service mobile processes like geofencing, geofence alerts, and push notifications. Question number 6. A company uses Microsoft 365. You are developing a model-driven app. The app must meet the following requirements. Use SharePoint Online for document storage. Send emails by using Exchange Online. You need to configure integrations. What should you configure? To answer, drag the appropriate configuration options to the correct requirements. Each configuration option may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between bands or scroll to view content. So configuration options are server-side synchronization, server-based integration, dual write, system settings. The requirements are email and document storage. So the right configuration options for the requirements are: so for the email, server-side synchronization, and for the document storage, we have server-based integration. So configure default email processing and synchronization. Set aside side synchronization to be the default configuration method for newly created users. And for server-side integration, if your organization is already using document management with Microsoft Dynamics CRM list component, you must switch to the server-based SharePoint integration. If your organization has not deployed document management, when a system administrator logs in, an alert message will be displayed to enable server-based SharePoint integration. Question number 7. You work for a not-for-profit agency that manages businesses process by using Power Platform customer entities. You need to implement a portal solution that replaces the manual process. Which module should you use? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the requirements are: create a portal by using a portal template. So the options are starter portal, community portal, and custom self-service portal. Manage volunteer registration, and the module options are entity, form metadata, web form, and web form step. So the right modules for the requirements are: for the first requirement, we have customer self-service portal, and for the second requirement, we have entity for metadata. Question number 8. Teachers in a school district uses Azure Skills bots to teach specific classes. Students sign into an online portal to submit completed homework to their teachers for review. Students use a Power Virtual Agents chatbot to request help from teachers. You need to incorporate the skill bot for each class into the homework bot. Which three actions should you perform in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So the actions are: create a manifest for the skill bot, register the skill bot in Azure Active Directory, register the homework bot in Power Virtual Agents, register the homework bot in Azure Active Directory, create a manifest for the homework bot, register the skill bot in Power Virtual Agents. So the right options are: create a manifest for a skill bot, register the skill bot in Power Virtual Agents, register the homework bot in Power Virtual Agents. Question number 9. So a company is migrating from an on-premises Dynamics 365 installation to a Power Platform solution. You are creating plugins for the new solution. You need to register the plugins. Which isolation mode should you use? And you have four options. Option A, none. Option B, global assembly cache, GAC. Option C, sandbox. And option D, disk. So the right answer is option C, sandbox. So you will find options related to the isolation made and allocation for the assembly. These refers to options that apply to an on-premises deployments. Dataverse is not available for on-premises deployments, so you will always accept the default options of sandbox and database for these options. Question number 10. An organization uses a public-facing Power Apps portal. You need to change the layout of a specific web page. What are two possible ways to achieve the goal? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the options are: option A, select the portal management app and then select edit. Option B, select the portal management app and then select play. Option C, select the portal app and then select manage. Option D, select the portal app and then select edit. So the right answer is option A and option D. So the portal management app lets you do advanced configuration actions on your portal. So there are 5 steps. Open the portal management app, go to the portal's web pages. To edit an existing web page, select the web page name and enter appropriate values in the field and select save and close. And for option D, to use the WYSIWYG editor, edit the portal to open it in Power Apps Portal Studio. Select the page on which you want to add the component and select an editable element on the canvas. Question number 11. So you are building a custom application in Azure to process resumes for the HR department. The app will monitor submissions of resumes and pass the resumes. You need to pass the resumes and save contact and skills information into the common data service. Which mechanism should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Power Automate. Option B, Common Data Service Plugin. Option C, Web API. And option D, Custom Workflow Activity. So the right answer is option A, Power Automate. So improve operational efficiency with a unified view of business data by creating flows that use Dataverse. Common Data Service has been renamed to Microsoft Dataverse as of November 2020. For example, you can use Dataverse within Power Automate in these key ways. Create a flow to import data, export data, or take action when data changes. Instead of creating an approval loop through email, create a flow that stores approval state in an entity and then build a custom app in which users can approve or reject items. So question number 12. So you are researching integrations with several external systems. Each integration has different requirements. So you need to determine which data sources to use to meet each requirement. What should you use? To answer, drag the appropriate data sources to the correct requirements. Each data source may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between bands or scroll to view content. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the objects are virtual entity and customer connector, and the requirements are support records that use an integer as a primary key, ensure that data can be read and updated, ensure that data is available to all Microsoft Dataverse clients. So the right objects are, so for the first requirement is virtual entity, and for the second requirement it's virtual entity, and for the third one it's custom connector. So for virtual entity, initially defining a virtual entity is the same as defining a custom entity. You specify the entity attributes and relationships for the new virtual entity type. You can use GUIDs as a primary key in the external data source. So the second one, virtual entity. Virtual entities enables the integration of data residing in external systems by seamlessly representing that data as entities in Microsoft Dataverse without replication of data and often without custom coding. Virtual entities support create, updates, and delete of data in the external system. And customer connector, a custom connector is a wrapping around a REST API that allow logic apps, Power Automate, and Power Apps to communicate with the REST or SOAP API. Question number 13. A Power Platform solution includes the following web API call. So you need to explain what this line of code is doing. So you can pause the video to have a look at the code. What does the code do? And you have 5 options. Option A, retrieve the lists of relationships between tables. Option B, retrieve a list of tables that are related to each other. Option C, retrieve a list of one-to-many relationships with other tables. Option D, retrieve a list of tables that have more than one relationship. Option E, retrieve a list of many-to-many relationship with other tables. And the right answer is option A, retrieve a list of relationship between tables. So querying relationship metadata, entities relationships can be queried using the relationship definitions entity set. You can use a query like the following to get the schema name property for every relationship. So the properties available when querying this entity set are limited to those in the relationship metadata base entity type. So you can retrieve relationship metadata in the context of a given entity much in the same way that you can query attributes. The many-to-many relationships. Many-to-one relationships and one-to-many relationships collection valued navigation properties can be queried just like the attributes collection valued navigation property. However, entity relationships can also be queried using the relationship definition entity set. Question number 14. A university implements Dynamic 365 sales. Several departments use opportunity records to bid for funding for projects within their own departments. You configure the system to ensure that each department can only work on their own records. Employees in multiple departments often need to work together on an opportunity. Employees report that they are not able to see opportunities from other departments. You need to ensure that employees from more than one department can work on the same opportunities when necessary. Solution: use position hierarchy security and define the two departments as positions. Does the solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And the right solution is yes, it does meet the required goal. So two security models can be used for hierarchies, the manager hierarchy and the position hierarchy. The position hierarchy allows data access across business units. If you are a financial organization, you may prefer the manager hierarchy model to prevent managers accessing data outside of their business units. However, if you are a part of a customer service organization and want the managers to access service cases handled in different business units, the position hierarchy may work better for you. Question number 15. A university implements Dynamics 365 sales. Several departments use opportunity records to bid for funding for projects within their own departments. You configure the system to ensure that each department can only work on their own records. Employees in multiple departments often need to work together on an opportunity. Employees report that they are not able to see opportunities from other departments. You need to ensure that employees from more than one department can work on same opportunities when necessary. Solution: create a security rule that has organized level access to opportunities. Give the security rule to all members of the two departments who need access. Does the solution meet the goal? Options are yes and no. And the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. So instead, use position hierarchy security and define the two departments as positions. Question number 16. A university implements Dynamic 365 sales. Several departments use opportunity records to bid for funding for projects within their own departments. You configure the system to ensure that each department can only work on their own records. Employees in multiple departments often need to work together on an opportunity. Employees report that they are not able to see opportunities from other departments. You need to ensure that employees from more than one department can work on the same opportunity when necessary. Solution: use access team templates and give access to members in the two departments. Does the solution meet the goal? Yes or no? And the right option is option no. It does not meet the required goal. So instead, use position hierarchy security and define the two departments as positions. Question number 17. An international organization has a series of client server applications that manage red light cameras and traffic violation across a wide geographic region. The daily volume of traffic violation is very high and growing. You plan to use Microsoft Power Platform apps to manage the following types of data. Existing vehicle licensing data must be imported into Microsoft Dataverse and easily queried. Red light camera images must be stored in a repository for later analysis. Information about traffic violation must be stored and related to vehicle detail. You need to select data storage mechanisms for the new apps. Which data storage mechanism should you use? To answer, drag the appropriate data storage mechanism to the correct data types. Each storage mechanism may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between bands or scroll to view content. So the data storage mechanisms are entity, Azure Storage Blob, Azure Cosmos DB, and the data type, vehicle licensing data, red light camera photos, and information about traffic violations. So the right data storage mechanism for data types are: for vehicle licensing data, we have entity. For red light camera photos, we have Azure Storage Blob. And information about traffic violations, we have Azure Cosmos DB. Question number 18. A financial institution that has a dynamic 365 sales environment requires that the account balance field from the account entity be visible to specific users only. You need to set up the field security for the account balance field. Which three actions should you perform? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have five options. Option A: set the field to read only and then publish the entity. Option B: set the field permissions allow read to yes and add the users to the member section. Option C: create a security role and add the specific users to the role. Option D: enable field security and then publish the entity. And option E: create a field security profile. The right option is option B: set the field permissions, allow read to yes and add the users to the members section. And option D: enable field security and then publish the entity. And option E: create a field security profile. So to implement field level security, a system administrator performs the following tasks. So enables field security on one or more fields for a given entity, associate one or more existing security profiles, or create one or more new security profiles to grant the appropriate access to the specific users or teams. So a security profile determines the following: permissions to the secure fields, users and teams, A security profile can be configured to grant users or team members the following permissions at the field level: read, read-only access to the field's data; create, users and our teams in this profile can add data to this field when creating a record; update, users or teams in this profile can update the field's data after it has been created. Question number 19. An organization uses common data service. The organization's IT help desk requires a single page web application to monitor and manage data export service. The app must access data export service securely. So the app must also permit help desk users to perform a limited set of functions. So you need to create a single page app. Which option should you use? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the requirements are: connect to the app securely. You have 4 options. And monitor the status of data replication. You have 4 options. Enable an entity for replication. You have 4 options. And start or stop data replication. We have 4 options. And view information on records that fail to sync. And we have 4 options. So let's see the right options for the requirements are. For the first one, we have register the app in Azure Active Directory. For the second one, use fetch XML queries. And for the third requirement, we have enable change tracking. And the fourth requirement, we have fourth option. And for the fifth requirement, we have use profile operations. Question number 20. A company has a common data service environment. The following conditions must apply when accounts are reassigned. Ownership for completed tasks that are associated with the account must not change. Outstanding tasks must be reassigned to the new owner of the account. You need to configure the relationship to meet the requirements. Which settings should you use? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the conditions are: relationship behavior type. We have 4 setting options, and behavior for the assigned action. We have 4 options. So let's see the right settings for the conditions. So for the condition relation behavior type, we have referential, restrict, delete. And for behavior for the assigned action, we have cascade, user owned. Question number 21. So a company has a common data service environments for development, test, and production. You have a model-driven app that consists of 2 solutions. The solutions include settings and reference data. You plan to move the solutions, app settings, and reference data from a development environment to a production environment. You export each solution from the development environment as a zip file. You run the configuration manager to export the settings and reference data as zip files. You need to prepare the app and its settings for deployment. Which 4 actions should you perform in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So the actions are: add solutions and data files to the package folder in the project, build the package, run the package deploy tool, define the solution and data files in import config XML, run the solution packager tool, and create a Dynamics 365 package project in Visual Studio. So the right options are: add solution and data files to the package folder in the project, and then define the solution and data files in import config XML, and then build the package and run the package deploy tool. Question number 22. A company is creating a new system based on a Microsoft Dataverse. You need to select the features that meet the company's requirement. Which option should you use? To answer, drag the appropriate option to the correct requirement. So each option may be used once, more than once, and not at all. So the options are connection, one-to-many relationship, many-to-many relationship, and self-referential relationship. So let's see the right options for the requirements are: for visualize records as a hierarchy in a model driven app, we have one to many relationship. And records in one entity must be able to reference only a single record in another entity. We have one-to-many relationship, and any record in one entity must be able to be referenced by any record in another entity. We have many-to-many relationships. Question number 23. A school district wants to standardize student information and student performance records. Students in the districts are assigned to a specific school. Students are evaluated using class records. When students move between schools in the middle of the school year, the students' current class history must be available to the administrators at the new school. You need to configure Microsoft Dataverse tables to connect the class history records to their respective class records. So how should you configure the table? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So the configuration settings, we have table ownership for the class record table, and we have four options. Relationship of the class history table to the student table, we have three options. And for behavior of the relationship between the class history table and the student table, we have three options. So let's see the right value for the configuration settings are. For the first statement, we have team. For the second one, we have many to one. And the third statement, we have parental. Question number 24. You are creating a new page for a Power Apps portal. You need to display data from Microsoft Dataverse on the page. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Liquid. Option B, CSS. Option C, iframe. And option D, Bootstrap. So the right option is option A, Liquid. So Liquid is an open source template language that is integrated natively into Microsoft Power Apps portal. It acts as a bridge between Dataverse and the HTML or text output that is sent to the browser. Liquid can be used to add dynamic content to pages and to create a variety of custom templates. Additionally, Liquid provides access only to the data and operations that are explicitly allowed by the portals. Question number 25. A company is creating a new system based on the Microsoft Dataverse. You need to select the Dataverse features that meets the company's requirement. Which feature should you select? To answer, drag the appropriate feature to the correct requirements. Each feature may be used once, more than once, and not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between pans or scroll to view content. So the features are cascade user owned, referential, restrict, delete, referential, and parental. So let's see the right features for the requirements are. So for when a primary record is deleted and associated differential records must be also deleted, we have referential. When a record is assigned to a user, all referencing active records must also be assigned to that user. We have cascade user owned. And when a primary record is deleted, the associated records must not be deleted. We have referential, restrict, delete. Referential, active cascade, active many-to-many relationship, entity relationship perform the action on all active referencing entities records associated with the referenced entity record. Cascade user owned. So cascade user owned perform the action on all referencing entity records owned by the same user as the referenced entity record. Referential restrict delete. Restrict prevent the referenced entity record from being deleted when referencing entities exist. Question number 26. A company implements Dynamic 365 sales. Only sales manager must be able to perform the approval to move high value sales on in the opportunity qualification process. A new field must be created to capture the approval. You need to create and secure the new field. Which three actions should you perform in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So the actions are create a new field security profile, enable editing in the approval field, create an access team template and define the access rights for the opportunity entity. Enable change tracking for the opportunity entity. Set the default permissions for the new field to enable read, update, and create, and add the sales manager as a member of the field security profile. Enable field security in the approval field, and enable the right privilege of the opportunity for the sales manager security role, and grant the sales manager for the team the sales manager security role. So the right actions are: enable field security in the approval field, and create a new field security profile and set the field permissions for the new field to enable read, update, and create, and add the sales manager as a member of the field security profile. Question number 27. A company delivers packages to businesses and consumers. A custom entity named package captures the package details. You need to add the following sets of fields to the entity and leverage the built-in operations of the platform. A set of fields to represents the package length, width, depth, and weight. The maximum value for any dimension is 100 centimeters. A set of fields for time-sensitive attributes to calculate the efficiency of a delivery. The calculation must be based on delivery is entered in the system and the value for a custom field named delivery time. Which constructs should you use? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So the requirements are: calculate the efficiency of the delivery, and select the data type for delivery that has additional transformations applied before the data is displayed, and you have 5 options. So the right construct options are: for the first statement we have define minutes created on delivery time, and for the second requirement we have duration. Question number 28. A financial services company uses the common data service to develop solutions. The company uses development and production instances. You need to move solutions from the development instance to the production instance. What are the two possible ways to achieve this goal? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. So you have 4 options. Option A: in the development instance, make changes to the solutions that are deployed in the production instance, export the solutions as managed solutions, and import the managed solutions into the production instance. And option B: in the development instance, highlight the solution you want to make changes to, select clone a patch, make changes, export the solution, and import the solution into the production instance. Option C: export all managed solutions from the development instance and report the solutions into the production instance. And option D: in the production instance, import solution with the same version number or high when updating solution. So the right option is option A and option B. So when you import a managed solution, all component changes will be brought into the environment in a published state. So you can apply patches to either managed or unmanaged solution and include only changes to entities and related entity assets. Patches do not contain any non-customized system components or relationships that it depends upon, because these components already exist in the deployed to organization. At some point in your deployment cycle, you can roll up all the patches into a new solution version to replace the original solution that the patches were created from. Question number 29. A company uses common data service and manages their engineers using a model-driven app. You create a new reusable custom component named Component 1 by using the Power Apps component framework. You need to package Component 1 for deployment into the model-driven app. Which 3 commands should you run in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So you have the following actions. So let's see the right options. Question number 30. You are developing a model-driven app. The app uses data from 2 custom tables. The tables have a parent-child relationship. The parent record form contains a subgrid that displays the child records. When creating a new child record from the parent form, data must automatically populate in the child record form to reduce data input errors. You need to implement the solution. What should you do? And you have four options. Option A, use a Power Automate flow to read data from the parent record and update the child record upon creation. Option B, map table columns from the parent record to the child record. Option C, create a business rule that sets the default values on the child record field to value from the parent record. And option D, include a quick view form on the child record showing the data from the parent record. The right answer is option B. So a subgrid exists within a main form and let app users view data within a Dataverse table, typically related to the record currently being reviewed. Question number 31. A company has a common data service environment. All accounts in the system with the relationship type of customer set must have an account number. A plugin has been developed. When a customer is updated with the relationship type, the plugin sets the account number if not provided by the user. You need to register the plugin. Which three actions should you perform in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So the actions, you have following five actions. So let's see the right answers. Question number 32. So you are creating a package for a Power Platform solution. The package will include custom code and sample data. The package must include all files that need to be installed. You need to configure the package. Which settings should you use? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the configurations option, file that you must edit to include custom code, and you have four options. File to edit to include sample data, you have four options, and value for the copy to output directory settings, and you have four options. So let's see the right value for the configurations are. So the right values are highlighted. Question number 33. A company uses common data service roll-up fields to calculate insurance exposure and risk profiles for customers. Users report that the system does not update values for the roll-up fields when new insurance policies are written. You need to recalculate the value of the roll-ups fields immediately after a policy is created. What should you do? And you have four options. Option A, create new fields on the customer entity for insurance exposure and risk. Write a workflow process that is triggered when a new policy record is created to calculate the sum of values from policy records. Option B, update the mass calculate roll-up fields job to trigger when a new policy record is created. Option C, change the frequency of the calculate roll-up field a recurring job from every hour to every 5 minutes. And option D, create a plugin that uses the calculate roll-up field request method for the roll-up field. Configure a step on the create event for the policy entity for this plugin. So the right answer is option D. So in case you want to calculate roll-up field immediately whenever child record gets created, updated or deleted, you can write custom C plugin or custom workflow activity and use SDK message the calculate roll-up fields request. Question number 34. You are a Power App maker. You are developing an app in a development environment. You create the following custom forms in the account entity. Form B contains a message that appears in the onload function of the form. Form C contains a message that appears in the onSave function of the form. So you add the forms to a solution and export the solution as managed. Importing the managed solution into the test environment produces an error indicating the solution is missing a component. You need to identify the issue. What is the case of the import error? And you have four options. Option A, the web resources were not added to the form before adding the form to the solution. Option B, the solution must be exported as an unmanaged solution. Option C, the web resources were not added to the solution before exporting. Option D, a copy of the form must be made before adding to the solution. So the right option is option C. Question number 35. To create a model-driven app, you run Solution Checker. The tool displays the following error. Solution Checker fails to export solutions with model-driven app components. You need to resolve the issue. What should you do? And you have five options. Option A, manually export the solution before running Solution Checker. Option B, assign the environment maker security role to the Power Apps Checker application user. Option C, assign the system administrator security role to your user ID. And option D, disable the Power Apps Checker application user. Option E, assign the environment maker security role to your user ID. So the right answer is option B, assign the environment maker security role to the Power Apps Checker application user. So to resolve this issue, grant the environment maker security role to the Power Apps Checker application user. So solution checker fails to export solutions with model-driven app components. If a solution contains a model-driven app, solution checker might fail to export the solution for analysis. This error is caused by role-based security for sharing of apps. If the Power Apps Checker application user does not have appropriate access to model-driven apps, any solutions containing them will fail to export with Solution Checker. Question number 36. A company uses SharePoint for its intranet and other functions. The company has also implemented model-driven apps. SharePoint users must be able to create contact records in Microsoft Dataverse without having to navigate to the model-driven apps. You need to create a link in SharePoint to open the Dataverse contact form displaying data from SharePoint. How should you complete the URL? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So we have the following answer area. So let's see the right options. Question number 37. You are creating a model-driven app. Users need to see only the entities in the app navigation that are relevant to their role and their method of accessing the app. You need to restrict entities on the sub areas in the sitemap. Which property should you use? To answer, drag the appropriate properties to the correct requirements. Each property may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between bands or scroll to view content. So the properties are client, offline availability, privileges, SQs. So let's see the right properties for the requirements. So to ensure that the entities is visible only if the user can create records, we have privileges. So for the requirement, ensure that the entity is visible only if the user is accessing the app with a web browser. We have client. Question number 38. Technicians for a company use a model-driven app on their phones to record information about service visits. Users do not have permissions to the Power Apps Maker portal to create or update apps. Technicians report issues with the model-driven app. You are unable to reproduce the issues in the development environment. You need to produce instructions to the technicians to gather more details about the error. Which four actions should you recommend to perform in sequence? So to answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of actions to the answer area and rearrange them in the correct order. So the right order for the actions are, so open the app in a browser on the phone, add the following text to the end of the URL for the app, and perform the steps to generate the errors and download the results from monitor. Open the application in the browser on a laptop computer when they return to office. Question number 39. You fix a bug in the code of your application, which is currently on version 10.0.2.1. You need to publish an updated version of the solution. So which version identifier should you use? And you have four options. So the right answer is option B. So the version number are major, minor, build version. This is just a bug fix. So we only update the version number. Question number 40. A company has a development environment and a production environment. The production environment has several third-party managed and unmanaged solutions that made changes to the contact main form. You create a new solution in the development environment. You add the contact entity and the contact main form to the solution. You create a custom field on the contact entity. What happens when you perform these actions in the new solution and import the solution as managed into the production environment? So we have the following actions and results. So let's see the right option. So to add the field to the middle of an existing section in the contact main form, we have the field is appended to the end of the existing section. So create a new section in the contact main form and add the field to the new section. The field is added in a new section. Create a new form and add the field into the middle of the existing section. The field is inserted in the middle of the existing section. Question number 41. An organization uses Dynamic 365 sales. The organization has accounting and customer service departments. You must restrict users in customer service from being able to change the value of the balance field on the contact records. The accounting team must be the only team able to edit this field. You need to create the appropriate solution without any customization. What should you do first? And you have four options. Option A, enable field security for the balance field and grant the customer service team read and update permission. Option B, create a customer service form and role and make the balance field read only. Option C, enable field security for the balance field and grant the accounting team read and update permissions. Option D, create an accounting form and role and make the balance field read only. So the right option is option C. So in Dynamic 365 customer engagement, you use field level security to restrict access to high business impact fields to specific users and teams. For example, use these to enable only certain users to read or update the credit score for a customer. Question number 42. So you are developing a model driven app for the purchasing department of an organization. You provision a new test environment and a security rule. You select users to test the apps and assign the users to a security group named Test SG. If the test succeeds, a manager will perform additional testing in the production environment and then publish the app for the organization's purchasing department. You need to ensure that the test and production environments are configured correctly. What should you do? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So you have some scenarios and security artifacts. So let's see the right options. So to ensure that only test users can access the test environment, set the test environment security group to test SG and assign test users the app security role. And for scenario, ensure that only the manager can access the app in production. Assign the manager the app security role. And for scenario, ensure that test users can access the app in production. Set the production environment security group to test SG. And for scenario, ensure that purchasing department users can access the test environment. Add all users in the department to the test SG security group. Question number 43. A company uses Dynamic 365 Sales and the Microsoft Online Service Portal. The multi-select option set field data type is not supported in the portal. You need to copy the selected field value to the text field. How should you configure the organization service request? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So let's see the right answers. So in the first box we have true, and second box we have attribute metadata. Question number 44. A bank uses a common data service solution to manage clients. Bank representatives perform clients' credit checks while the client is present. Credit checks may take up to 5 minutes to complete. Bank policy dictates that the bank representative's app must stay blocked until credit checks are complete. You need to display a model-driven app while credit checks run to ask the bank representative and clients to wait for the credit check to complete. Which function should you use? And you have four functions. So let's see the right answer. So the right answer is option D. So show progress indicator displays a progress dialog with a specified message. So any subsequent call to this method will update the displayed message in the existing progress dialog with the message specified in the latest method call. The progress dialog blocks the UI until it is closed using the closed progress indicator method. So you must use this method with caution. Question number 45. You are creating a model driven app. Users need to see only the entities in the app navigation that are relevant to their role and their method of accessing the app. You need to restrict entities on the sub areas in the sitemap. Which properties should you use? To answer, drag the appropriate properties, the correct requirements. Each properties may be used once, more than once, not at all. So the properties are client, offline availability, privileges, and SQS. So let's see the right properties for the requirements are to ensure that the entity is visible only if the user can create records. We have privileges. Ensure that the entity is not visible if the user is using an on-premises deployment SQS. Ensure that the entity is visible only if the user is accessing the app with the web browser. We have client. So privileges, this defines whether a sub area is displayed based on privileges availability in any security roles that are assigned to the user. SQUs select versions of Dynamic 365 that displays this sub area, and client select the type of client that displays this sub area. Question number 46. You are troubleshooting Power App solution. You need to determine the cause for the identified issues. What is the root cause for each issue? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So the issues are solution checker does not complete a run for one solution but works for a different solution. You encounter an error on the line 3 of a web source as shown below. So the right reasons are for the first issue, we have a Canvas app in the first solution has errors. And for the second issue, we have the code uses the following rule, web use restrict mode. Question number 47. You create a Power Apps app that integrates with Dynamic 365 customer service. You update the app and run solution checker on the original solution. You receive an error stating solution checker cannot export the solution. You need to determine the primary cause of the issue. So what is the primary cause? You have four options. Option A, the original solution is locked because there is a dependent patch. Option B, the solution has not exported before running solution checker. Option C, the environment is in administrator mode. Option D, solution checker cannot check default solutions. So the right option is answer option A. So solution checker fails to export patched solutions. If a solution has had a patch applied, solution checker will fail to export the solution for analysis. When a solution has had a patch applied, the original solution becomes locked and it can't be changed or exported as long as there are dependent patches that exist in the organization that identify the solution as the parent solution. To resolve this issue, clone the solution so that all patches related to the solutions are rolled into the newly created solution. These unlocks the solution and allows the solution to be exported from the system. Question number 48. So you are creating a model-driven app to track the time that employees spend on individual projects. You need to configure the app according to the company's requirement. Which component should you configure? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So the requirements: ensure that the values stored in the project name field are discoverable in advanced find. Display the original estimated duration as estimated start and end dates for the operation during time entry. So the right components are: for the first requirement we have view, and for the second requirement we have quick view. So for the view, search for rows and create personal views with modern advanced find. When your administrator enables the modern advanced find experience, it lets you search for rows and create personal views in your app. Quick view, used in model driven apps, Dynamics 365 for tablets and Dynamics 365 for Outlook. For updated tables, these forms appear within the main form to display additional data for a row that is referenced by a lookup column in the form. Users can view data from related tables without having to leave the form. Question number 49. So you are developing a Power Platform solution. You plan to add 3 buttons to a form. The buttons have the following requirements. So you can pause the video to have a look at the table. So you need to complete each button's action. Which command should you use? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So we have 3 buttons and 3 options each. So let's see the right answers. Question number 50. A company has a model-driven app. A form that validates the date entered requires a custom button. The button must be available only under certain conditions. You need to define the common definition in the ribbon diff XML to meet the conditions for the button. Which element should you use? To answer, drag the appropriate elements to the correct conditions. So each element may be used once, more than once, not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between pans or scroll to view content. So the elements are enable rule, display rule, and action. So let's see the right element for the conditions are. So the condition: make the button appear when the form shows as an existing record. We have display rule. Make the button appear when the user has write privilege on the record. We have action. And prevent the button from being used in bulk edit mode. We have enable rule. So display rule: when configuring ribbon elements, you can define specific rules to control when the ribbon elements will display. Action: define the actions to be performed by a command bar or ribbon control in command definition element together with rules that control whether the control is enabled or visible in the ribbon. Enable rule: when configuring ribbon elements, you can define specific rules to control when the ribbon elements are enabled. Question number 51. An organization uses Dynamic 365 Sales. You plan to use a JavaScript web resource file in the accounts form. The file has a dependency on 2 image web resources files and on the custom field new place of birth in the account entity. You need to add the dependencies for the JavaScript file. Which 3 actions should you perform? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. And you have 6 options. Option A, when the web resource file, add the two image web resources to the dependencies list and then add the custom field new underscore place of birth to the dependency list. Option B, from settings, select customization and then select customize the system. Option C, in the account form, select form properties, select non-event dependencies, and then add the custom field new underscore place of birth. Option D, select account, select forms, and then select the account form. Option E, from web resources, select the JavaScript file for the account form and then select the JavaScript file. Option F, in the account form, select form properties and add the primary JavaScript file and the other two images web resources in form libraries. So the right option is option B and option C and option D. So from settings, select customizations and then select customize the system. Select account, select forms and then select the account form. In the account form, select form properties, select non-event dependencies and then add the custom field new underscore place of birth. Question number 52. A company implements Dynamic 365 supply chain management. The company wants a button to display in the command bar when viewing accounts. You need to add the button using the ribbon workbench. In which three areas can you add a button for the account entity? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have 5 options. Option A, in the home area for accounts. Option B, in the main body of a form. Option C, on the main application window. Option D, on the associated view of the account. And option E, on the account form. So the right answer is option A, in the home area of for accounts, and option D, on the associated view of the account, and option E, on the account form. So the ribbon workbench requires a solution to load that contains the entities that you wish to work on. Question number 53. An organization uses Dynamic 365 Sales. You plan to add a custom button to the app ribbon. You need to ensure that the button displays only when conditions specified by business rules are met. Which two code segments can you use? Each correct answer presents a complete solution. And you have 5 options. So the right options are option B and option D. Question number 54. So a fine art school uses a custom canvas application based on the Microsoft Dataverse. Artists experience errors on their artist canvas app and delays when switching pages. You need to identify the root cause of these issues. Which troubleshooting methods should you use? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So the issues are artist Canva app has errors and you have 3 options. Application runs slowly and you have 4 options. So the right troubleshooting methods are for artist Canvas app has errors. We have sitemap validation and applications run slowly. We have service performance in Power Apps Analytics. Question number 55. You are developing a new Power Platform app. The checker fails with an error due to missing security roles. You need to add security roles to the Power Apps Checker application user. Which two security roles should you add? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. And you have 5 options. Option A, Global Discover Service role. Option B, Export Customization. Option C, Environment Maker. Option D, Solution Checker. And option E, Resource Manager. So the right answer is option B, option D. So before you are able to run it, make sure you have the proper security roles in your common data service environment. Two of the required permissions are export customization and solution checker. Question number 56. You are creating a Power Apps app. The app must retrieve data from an API that requires two-factor authentication. You need to configure authentication. Which type of authentication should you implement? And you have four options. Option A, server to server. Option B, API key based. Option C, basic. And option D, oath. So the right answer is option D, oath. So OAuth 2.0 is the industry standard protocol for authorization. After application, users provide credentials to authenticate. OAuth determines whether they are authorized to access the resources. OAuth enables two-factor authentication or certificate-based authentication for server-to-server application scenarios. Question number 57. An organization has a dynamic 365 sales environment. You need to create a Power Apps component. Which three actions should you perform in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So you have the following actions. So let's see the right order. Question number 58. You are creating an app that connects to Microsoft Dataverse on a nightly basis. You plan to integrate the app with an external system. The application must not authenticate by using a Microsoft Azure Active Directory user account. You need to enable the application to authenticate to Dataverse. Which four actions should you perform in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of the actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So you have the following actions. So let's see the right order. So register the application in Azure AD with appropriate permissions and use the Dataverse application, use username and password as a credentials in the application, and then create the application user in Dataverse using the application user form, and then assign a security role to the application user in Dataverse. Question number 59. You are creating a Power Apps component framework PCF control. You test the control by using a local test harness. You need to complete testing. Which command should you use? To answer, drag the appropriate commands to the correct functions. Each command may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the commands are start, npm start, npm start, or npm start watch, and npm update. So let's see the right commands for the following functions. So launch a second npm start window while test run in the first window. We have start npm start and detect changes in index.ts, control manifest.input.xml and other bundles.ts files during testing without having to restart the test harness. We have npm start watch. Question number 60. You are designing a model driven app for the company support desk team. You must add a button to the app that creates a reminder task. The button must only display to user if a service case is open for at least 7 days. You need to define the steps to create the button when App Designer is open. In which order should you perform the actions? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So you have the following actions. So let's see the right order. So edit the command bar and add a command button. Add a data source to the component library. Configure a visibility expression and create a task by using an onSelect expression. Question number 61. You have a Microsoft Dataverse entity and a model-driven app. The model-driven app integrates with an external system. You plan to run business logic each time the model-driven app creates a record. Running business logic must not negatively affect model-driven app users. You need to implement the business logic. What should you use? And you have three options. Option A, synchronize plugin registered in the pre-operation stage. Option B, synchronize workflow. Option C, asynchronize plugin registered in the post-operation stage. So the right answer is option C, asynchronize plugin registered in the post-operation stage. So the asynchronized service executes long-running operations independent of the main Microsoft Dataverse core operation. This results in improved overall system performance and improved scalability. Question number 62. You are creating a business process flow for an organization's request for code process. You need to ensure that the business process flow meets the company's requirement. Which component should you use? To answer, drag the appropriate components to the correct requirements. Each components may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So you may need to drag the split bar between pans to scroll to view content. So the components are step, stage, custom control, branching, condition. So the right components for the requirements are, so the process starts with the receipt of the request for code. We have step, ensure that credit checks are performed for new users only. We have branching condition, merge all process paths into the main flow. We have stage. So each step represents a field where data can be entered. Stages tell you where you are in the process, while steps are actions items that leads to a desired outcome. Branching condition, you can enhance the business process flow with branching. If you have the create permissions on business process flows, you will be able to create business process flows with multiple branches by using the if else logic. Each stage contains a group of steps. Question number 63. A university manages grant applications using a model-driven app. Users report that the messages on the grant application screen is outdated. The screen shows the following. So use the drop-down menu to select the answer choice that answers each question based on the information presented in the graphic. So which Power Platform capabilities does the app use to display the message? And what should the app maker do to prevent the messages from displaying? So the right options are, for the first one we have business rule, and for the second one we have update the field calculation. Question number 64. You are training a group of makers to use Power Automate. You have the following expressions, and you have expression 1 and 2. You need to identify what each expression is doing. What does each expression do? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So you have expression 1 and 2 and the following actions. So the right options are, for the first expression we have written the status code at runtime, and for the second expression we have written all the results from all actions from my scope. Question number 65. You create a Power Automate flow that retrieves data from a proprietary database. You need to ensure that the flow works for other users. Which two actions should you perform? Each correct answer represents a part of the solution. And you have four options. Option A, share a view with with users. Option B, share the custom connector with users. Option C, share the flow with users. And option D, share the environment by giving permissions to the users. So the right answer is option B and option C. So share the flow and the custom connectors with users. Share a custom connector in your organization. If you have a custom connector, you might want to enable other people to use it. People within your organization can use the custom connector just like they use other Microsoft managed connectors. See, also share the flow. Question number 66. An organization implements Dynamic 365 sales. You need to trigger a business rule when the main form is saved. What should you do? And you have four options. Option A, write a business rule to trigger on a chance of modified on field. Option B, set the scope of the business rule to one specific form where business rule triggers. Option C, set the scope of the business rule to all forms. Option D, set the scope of the business rule to entity. And the right answer is option D, set the scope of the business rule to entity. Set the scope of business rule to entity instead of all form. This will trigger it to on server side. Question number 67. A company implements Dynamic 365 sales. An email notification must be sent automatically to the sales manager when a business process completes. You need to ensure that emails are sent. What should you create on the process completed trigger? And you have three options. Option A, a workflow. Option B, an action step. And option C, a data step. So the right answer is option A workflow. So when you include a workflow that you want to trigger on stage, exit of a stage in your business process flow, and that stage is the last stage in the flow, the designer gives the impression that the workflow will be triggered when the stage is completed. Question number 68. A customer wants to design a complex business process flow that includes 6 custom entities and 4 stages for each entity. One of the stage will have 15 steps. You need to explain the flow in this design to the customer. What is the flow in this design? And you have 5 options. Option A, the maximum number of custom entities has been exceeded. Option B, the maximum number of steps for a stage has been exceeded. Option C, the maximum number of stages for an entity has been exceeded. Option D, the minimum number of stages for an entity has not been met. Option E, the minimum number of steps for a stage has not been met. And the right answer is option A. So maximum number of process stages and steps. So to ensure acceptable performance and the usability of the user interface, there are some limitations you need to be aware of when you plan to use business process flow. Multi-entity processes can contain no more than 5 entities. There can be no more than 10 activated business process flows processed per entity. Each process can contain no more than 30 stages. Question number 69. An organization has a dynamic 365 sales environment. In the development environment, you create a business rule named Business Rule 1 on the account entity. You deploy Business Rule 1 to production as a part of the managed solution. You need to remove Business Rule 1 from the production environment. Which 3 actions should you perform in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So you have the following actions. So let's see the right order. So the right order is in the development environment, navigate to solutions, export the solution as managed and import it in the production environment. Select the solution that has business rule 1, navigate to the appropriate entity and delete the rule. Question number 70. You are a Power Apps app maker with administrative rights to Microsoft 365. You create a Canvas app that will be used by employees at your company. You plan to allow users to embed the app in Microsoft Teams. During testing, the following issues are reported. The app runs slowly when it runs in Microsoft Teams. Test users cannot add the personal app with Microsoft Teams. You need to resolve the issues. What should you do? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So the issues are: the app runs slowly when it runs in Microsoft Teams. Test users cannot add the personal app within Microsoft Teams. So let's see the right resolutions for the issues. So the first issue, we have change settings in app to preload app. And for the second issue, we have change permissions for the custom app in Teams. Question number 71. So you are developing a Power Platform solution. You must add a custom control slider to a specific step in a business process flow. You need to add the custom control. Which four actions should you perform in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of the actions to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So we have the following actions. So let's see the correct order. So configure custom controls on a related entity form, generate and export the business process flow form, and copy custom control configurations to the form XML for the business process flow. Import customizations into the Microsoft Dataverse environment. Question number 72. A company is creating a new system based on Dynamic 365 sales. The company has the following requirements for their claim process. Approval process must be the same for all claim applications. Claim applications must go through approvers at each stage. Fields must be shown or hidden based on the requirement in the approval process. You need to design the data model for the claim process using out-of-the-box components whenever possible. Which features should you implement? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So the requirements are: claim applications must go through the same approval process. Claim applications be routed to approvers at each stage. Claim applications must show or hidden fields based on the values. So the right features for the requirements are: for the first requirement, we have workflow. For the second one, business process flow. And the third one, JavaScript. Question number 73. You are creating a Microsoft Power Automate flow. The flow must prompt a user for some input and populate a field in an app based on the user's input. You need to add an expression that returns user 1 if the input from the user is high. Otherwise, the expression must return user 2. How should you complete the expression? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So let's see the right options here. So in the first box, we have equals. The second box, we have user 1, and the third box, we have user 2. So the Power Automate if function is a fundamental function which checks the expression or value and returns true or false. Question number 74. A client requires that the system send an email from a button on their customer's contact form. You need to call the action from JavaScript. Which two functions achieve these results? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have four options. So let's see the right option here. So the right answer is option A and option D. Question number 75. A company has two development instances, two test instances, two staging instances, and one production instance. The test team reports connection issues with the test and staging instances. You need to identify which of the instances the testing team currently has access. Which two URLs can you use? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have five options. So let's see the right answer. So the right answer is option C and option E. Question number 76. You are a Dynamics 365 developer working on a model-driven app. You add a button to an entity form and to the view for the entity that calls a JavaScript function. When you click the button, it results in an error. You determine that the JavaScript function is calling another JavaScript function in a different web resource. You need to resolve the error. What should you do? And you have three options. Let's see the right option here. Option A is the right answer. So you can define dependencies between other web resources. The primary purpose of this feature is to allow association of string web resources with the JavaScript web resources that will use them. This is also the way that web resources required by HTML web resources for use offline can be configured to also be available offline. Within a solution, you can define dependencies within solution components. Up until mode-driven apps, the main purpose of these dependencies was to prevent the deletion of a solution component when another solution component depended on it. With model-driven apps, the behavior of JavaScript web resources is enhanced so that any other web resources listed as a dependency to the JavaScript web resource will be loaded along with the JavaScript web resource. Question number 77. A multinational company requires that all phone numbers be standardized as country code plus area code plus phone number. Application design team decides that a custom Power Apps component framework control should be used to prompt users for an area code and to correctly format the phone number. You need to get the list of valid area codes when a contact record is opened and before the user enters a new phone number. In which function should you call web API dot retrieve multiple records? I have three options. Option A, update view. Option B, notify output changed, and option C, get outputs. So the right answer is option A. So to update view method will be called when any value in the property bag has changed. These includes field values, data sets, global values such as container, height and width, offline status, components metadata values such as label, visible, etc. Question number 78. You need to develop a set of web APIs for a company. What should you implement? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So there are three requirements. So implement operations that do not have side effects and may support further composition. Implement operations that allow side effects such as data modification. Implement keyless named structure types that consist of a set of properties. So the right operations for the requirements are, for the first requirement we have functions, the second one is actions, and the third one complex types. Question number 79. You are developing an app that uses common data service. You must integrate common data service with a new web application. You must allow the new web application to deploy data from common data service. You build a single page web application using the web API. You need to automate your app using Oath. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Windows Communication Foundation. Option B, cross-origin resource sharing. Option C, Microsoft Authentication Library. And option D, Kerberos Authentication. And the right answer is option B, cross-origin resource sharing. So you can create a single page application which uses JavaScript to work with Microsoft Dataverse data. To provide these, cross-origin resource sharing is enabled so that SPAs can bypass browser restrictions that normally prevent requests that cross domain boundaries. Question number 80. A company has a model-driven app. A custom button on the form calls a JavaScript function that validates form data fields and creates a web basket. The JavaScript function then displays a message to the user. Users are located in the United States, which uses ISO code 1033, and France, which uses ISO code 1036. Users in France reports that the message displays in English. You need to modify the ribbon diff XML file to ensure that the messages appear in the user's language. How should you complete the command definition node? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So let's see the right answers for the options are. First one is CRM parameter, and the second one is user LC ID.